I saw Musi giving Kwabeni a 38 special firearm and Nkani giving Kwabeni a 9mm firearm. I asked them why they are having firearms on their hands and asked them where they are coming from. No one responded. I then took the 38 special firearm from Kwabeni's hand and looked at it. I asked Kwabeni if it was not the same firearm which he has said he threw away in the river after shooting Sinako with it.
Okay, you can pause there. Okay.
Basi ngiyaphakamela lapho ngabalandela ngoba kangamsola ngendlela ke abangena ngayo endlini ngabona ukuthi kukhona ongahambi kahle ngasola ukwabini esegumbini lokulala ngathi ke uma ngisondela lapho egumbini lokulala ngezwa ukwabini ethi nangu eza ubaba omncane and omunye-ke wayesecima isibani ngabona umuzi enika uGwabini i-38 special isibhamu and unkani nika uGwabini isibhamu sohlobo lwe-9mm. Ngase ngiyabacela ukuthi yini indaba bephethe lezi sibhamu ezandleni zabo. Ngase ngababuza ukuthi baphuma akuzange kube naphendula.
Before we oh, sorry. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, not yet. That's like ngithatha lokho especially esandleni uGwabini ngase ngiyasibheka ngase ngibuza uGwabini ukuthi akusona lesi sibhamu othe wasilahla emva kokuthi ugibele usinako ngaso.
Before we read the rest of the paragraph, I have a question there regarding the line which says, I saw Musi giving Kwabini a 38 special firearm and Kani giving Kwabeni a 9mm firearm. My question? My question to you, Brigadier, is about the 9mm firearm that was given by Nkani to Kwabeni. Did you discuss the issue of this firearm with Kwabeni in your investigation of this case, or when you were dealing with these witnesses?
My Lord, you will see that this affidavit was disposed last year. Kwabeni's affidavit was obtained in 2020. So Kwabeni came first, and the issues that we discussed with him are contained in his statement. So Constable Zulu's statement of his recollection of what happened on that day came a year later. I mean, almost, 2020 to 2023, 3 years later.
Okay, what led you to speak to Kwabini first before you received the statement?
It was investigations, my Lord. After the name came up in the course of the investigations.
Is it also correct that you interviewed the author of this statement in 2019? Which is Constable Zongo.
I wouldn't call it an interview, my lord. I would call it an engagement. As I've said, he came to the National Commissioner's office saying he's got information. That was the initial call about the death of the deceased. Subsequent to that, we met, then he refers to the father. So it was not, I didn't have anything to interview him on. I was more receiving information from him. That's how it was, all the way until we met his father on the 17th of November 2019.
Mina ke ngakusho ukuthi ke lana kwakungekona ukuthi lana sisinenkulumo esingathi yawihlolwazi ephelele esasikwenzela ukuthi sasithintana nje ngoba kwakukhona lokuthi sasiqale sakhuluma nobakwakhe mhla 17 November.
In those engagements between yourselves and Constable Zungu, did he mention that he saw Nkani giving Kwabini a 9mm firearm?
Kumele kakho no Constable Zungu washo ukuthi wabona Nkani enika uKwabini isibhamu
In 2019?
ngo-2019.
No, my lord. As I've said earlier, the first engagement was him having gone to the office of the National Commissioner, saying he's got information about the death of the deceased. Subsequent to that, I met him.
Ukuthi qale kwaqala lapho ethena kweza lapha e-ofisini lika commission la esikhona wayephethulwazi.
After I met him, my lord, the name of the father came up. Hence, then there was this endeavor to find the father, which eventually happened on the 17th of November 2019. So the information he was bringing was insofar as what his father told him, and that affidavit was then obtained on the 17th of November 2019.
Yeah, umemba kwalokho ke sizama ukuthola uyise lokho wasitholela ukuthi ke sikwazi ukuthi sikhulume ngomhla 17 November 2019.
Okay, so in a nutshell, Brigadier, if I'm understanding your answer, when you first met with the Constable Zungu, he never mentioned to you that he saw Nkani giving Kwabini the firearm. Am I correct to understand it like that?
No, it was the issue of the father witnessing a commotion in the homelands, and then where the names of accused 1 and 2 being mentioned as being involved in this matter.
No,
how many times did you interview Constable Zungu, or did you sit in a consultation with Constable Zungu? Regarding the incident that took place in this case, the information that he wanted to bring forward to you about the suspects and about the commission of the case.
No, like I said, my lord, it happened once. He went to the office of the National Commissioner. That was the first time.
Okay.
We spoke in between, in trying to find out whether he was able to convince his father. So those occasions were a number of times, I can't recall, but they were telephonically. Then when I lost contact of the number that he was using, then I phoned General Shabane, as I said my lord earlier, towards the end of 2019. And then initially the meeting was then arranged for the 12th of November 2019 for us to meet with Brigadier Peroman. That meeting didn't take place, then it was then shifted to the 13th of November 2019 where we now met him. So that would have been the second time as a follow-up of the first meeting. Thereafter, the third meeting then took place on the 17th of November when he brought his father, where the statement was then taken from Absalom Zungu.
No, ukuthi yena waqala weza lapha ehhovisi lika National Commissioner la esasizama khona ukuthi sithole ubaba wakhe, kodwa sakhulumisana kaningana ngothelefoni sizama ukuthi sithole ubaba wakhe. Ngathi kuma sengilahlekelwe inamba asengikhuluma no-General Shabane and kwaqala kwalungiswa umhlangano kamhla 12 ku-November 2019 lapho-ke sakhuluma khona no-Brigadier Peroman kwaba nomhlangano olandelayo futhi kwaba nowesithathu umhlangano owenziwa-ke ngomhla ka-17 lapho-ke kwenziwa khona nalesi statement.
In all of your communication, engagement, consultation, interview with Constable Zungu regarding this case, you did not take down any statements from him. Is that correct?
Kuba ukukhulumisana kwakho nokukhulumisana kwakho mayelana nalolu daba awuzange uthathe statement again.
Which part? Because if you look at the statement that Advocate Mtololo referred me to, it was commissioned by me, so I'm not so sure. So to say no statement was taken, the statement was taken from Constable Zungu on the 31st of May 2023.
The statement is athathwa ku-Constable Zungu ngoba ungabhekisa lesi statement lesi statement asakhomissioned by me.
I mean, Colonel, before this date, this statement was taken last year. I am saying, but you started communicating with this witness from 2019. And my question is, from that time and on all occasions wherein you interviewed this witness, did you take down the statement from this witness? Before 11 May 2023, because the trial had already started, I think, by then. Yes or no, Brigadier? Just simple as that.
My Lord, I think I dealt with this part and I said no because I did not see the relevance of it. He was telling me about his father. You may say, yes, he was not there. I couldn't see the relevance of it and I dealt with this part, I think, when I was under cross-examination by Advocate Mtololo's colleague.
Yeah, ngithe cha ngoba angizange ngibone ukuthi kungasisiza ngani ngoba wayesitela wona ayesitela ngoyise ngokuningi kwabo kwayizinto azizwile so ngithe mina cha azangasisiza wangizange ngibone ukuthi lokho kungasiza ngani.
Then what led you to only obtain the statement on the 31st of May 2023 from Constable Zungu?
Yini-ke yafanele ukuthi ngithathe i-statement
It was when he decided to willingly and freely, my Lord, give a statement. As I indicated, through the investigation, his name came up. I was not aware that he was, that Basutini was there. But as we were investigating and obtaining a statement from Kwabeni Makosonke, his name was being mentioned, that he was there. And I started engaging him to that regard. And then he said he would keep on, he'd come and see me. But it was clear, my Lord, and I dealt with it that he was scared. But eventually he said, look, I was afraid, but then I will tell you the truth. And that's what gave rise to the statement that was obtained on the 31st of May 2023.
No, ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi wayesezimisele ukuthi angasinike i-statement ngoba bengazi ukuthi ebasuthini hostel. Kodwa-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi-ke sihlola uGwabile noMakosonke sa-interview safuna i-statement hhayi-ke nathi angasinike i-statement kodwa washo ukuthi yena wethulile esakhisile.
Brigadier, I want to put it to you that the reason why you did not obtain the statement regarding the occurrence or regarding the circumstances under which the offense was committed in this case, as it has been testified or narrated by Constable Zungu, that information was so crucial. You were supposed to obtain a statement immediately when you received that information. And the reason why you did not take the statement is because Constable Zungu never gave you that information before 19 May 2023.
Isizathu sokuthi-ke yini indaba-ke ungakwazanga ukuthola leso statement ku-Constable Zungu ukuthi hhayi engazange kunike i-statement engafiki kunyaka ka-2019.
My Lord, I'm not sure what statement I could have taken from Constable Zungu prior to him bringing his father. I've explained the sequence of the events. When I started focusing on Zungu, it was after investigation is revealed that he was at the hostel. That statement was given by different witnesses. And every time his name came up, then I would engage him. Then he would say, look, I'll come and see when I meet him. But it was clear, as I'm saying, my lord, that he was scared. And subsequent to him, then he then came forth, and then the statement was given. Prior to that, my lord, as I've testified, he only came to the office of the National Commission and brought information insofar as his father is concerned. And that is why we actually moved along the father's approach, which led to the identification of accused 1 and 2.
Joe, besinchazile ukuthi sakhala ukuthi sikhulumisane naye kahle esemlethile ukuyisa wakhe wabaningi and lokwazi ukuthi sigcine sikhuluma naye ukuthi babeningi ofakazi abaveza igama lakhe and wathi-ke emva kwaloko wenza-ke lapha kwa-national commissioner wathi ukuthi azokhulisa naye.
If we can proceed from where we have stopped, on the same page, page 4 of Constable Zongo's statement, paragraph 5. I think we're going to start now at line number 11. He said it was not the same firearm. You see that line?
Let me try and find it first, my lord.
Paragraph 5, line number 11.
11.
Yes, he said it was not the firearm.
If it was not the same firearm, okay, it reads as follows, my lord. He said it was not the same firearm, but the firearm belonged to Ngani. I
Yes.
then gave him back the firearm. I asked that Kwabeni give me my firearm. He reached for my bag and gave it to me. I took it and checked it, removed the magazine and counted my bullets, and found that they were still the same as I have left them. I was checking if they did not take my firearm and use it somewhere. I also smelled it, but I could not pick up anything. I was concerned if they took my firearm and used it to kill people, because I had knowledge that they are eNCA, open bracket, hitman, close bracket. I was shouting and told them if they had done something, it shall be revealed one day. I put my firearm on my body. My figure walked out of the bedroom. Mtogoziseni, Mapisa, and Carlos Mtogisi Move walked into the bedroom and sat on the bed. Kwabeni asked me to give them space as he wanted to discuss something with the guys. That is Carlos, Mapisa, Musi, and Gani. I then took my bag, walked out, and sat on the lounge and noticed my figure changing a black hoodie top he was wearing into a grey hoodie top.
Okay.
I asked him to give me one hoodie top, as it seems he had many hoodie tops. My figure walked back to Kwabeni's bedroom to join the others. I did not follow him or heard what they discussed.
Okay, thank you. My question to you.
So another spam. What are they supposed to spam? Siganka. That's in the nigga. That's in who said I spam. That's in who's Kwabenu time. That's in the Kwabenu time. This spam Sam. Why say the AS coming Sammy and what's a nigga son? That's in a spare. That's a shoulder. I keep a magazine about a camp. That's in Charlotte. No, it's only in campus. Court. You know what? That's in Charlotte. That's in gas. Kuba Gustola and Tata is from Sammy. That's in Charlotte. It's from Sam. About that, I started to say it's a winging down. That's in gas. No, but it's just from that. And what I'm saying is, these are those. In there, in super, which bangenza ukuthi mhlawumbe ngabe thathe isigaba sabo yokubulala abantu ngoba ngangingazi ukuthi bona bayey'nkani. Ngase-ke ngingathethisa ngabatshela ukuthi uma kukhona into abayenzile izovela ngelinye ilanga. Ngase ngithatha isibhamu ngasibeka emzimbeni wami. Uma fika waphuma-ke lapho egumbini lokulala, uMthozi Maphisa noCarlos Mthobisi Ncube bangena kulelo gumbi bahlala embhedeni. UGwabini wayesengibuza, wasengicela ukuthi ngibadedele ngoba bakhona abebefuna ukuxoxa nalabo balisa uCarlos Maphisa noMuzi noKhaya. Ngasengithatha isikhwama sami ngiyaphuma lapho ngase ngiyohlalelana ngabona uma fika shintsha-ke ihudi le emnyama ayigqokile wayesegqoka i-grey. Ngase ngiyamcela ukuthi akanginike enye uhudi ngoba ubonakala sengathi unamahudi amaningi. Uma fika wase-ebuyela egumbini lokulala likaGwabini ukuthi ayoba nalaba abanye, angizange ngimlandele noma ukuzwa ukuthi yini ababeyikhuluma.
My question to you, Brigadier, was that after receiving this information, especially the reference to the exchange of firearms by the people who are referred to here, in front of the police officer, which is Constable Zongo, did you ask Constable Zongo if he reported this incident to the police because he had witnessed the unlawful activity? At that time, when he was in Basuto Hostel, he saw the suspect exchanging the firearms, and he was a police officer at that time. Did you ask him if he reported this matter to the police?
Yes, we did, my lord, and he said he didn't report it, and that matter was also discussed with the state, and the view was that we would look into this matter once this trial has been finalized, because at that stage when the statement was given, the matter was already in process. In other words, it was subject to game.
Engifisa ukwazi ukuthi-ke emva kokuthi-ke nizwele ukuthi-ke uZungu wabona abantu benikana iy'bhamu eyiphoyisa yena, wabika lokho yini emaphoyiseni? Athi yebo, sabheka lokho, sakhuluma nomshushisi, kodwa-ke sathatha isinqumo sokuthi-ke nanoma yena engazange akubike emaphoyiseni, kodwa lokho-ke sizokubheka emuva kwaleli cala maseqedile ukuqhubeka, ngoba ngaleso sikhathi sikuzwa lokho lalesi icala laseliqhubeka.
No, Colonel, I meant to ask the reliability of his evidence. As a police officer, did you ask him to say, at that time, in 2018, when you witnessed the people exchanging the firearms unlawfully, did you report the matter to the police? Did you ask him that?
That's what I just said, my lord. I did ask him for it's 2014 actually. That's what I said, that I did ask him and the answer was no. And then I said, with the discussion with the state was that let's leave it. We will deal with it once this matter is finalized, because this information came to us while this matter was already in process.
Yebo ngizama ukuphendula ukuthi-ke ukuthi waziqotha yini lokhu yebo, kodwa isathola ukuthi yebo akazange azikhohlwa, kodwa isathatha isinqumo sokuthi angeke siqhubeke nalokhu ngoba icala lasathola lo lwazi lolu emva kokuthi icala liqala ukuqhubeka. So-ke sasingeke sikwazi ukuthi sibheke lokhu icala lisaqhubeka, sathi sobona icala maseliphelile.
When you asked Constable Zongo about this incident, about the failure to report to the police station this incident, what did he say? Did he respond? Was there any response?
No, notice the answer that I just gave, that he said he didn't open the case, he didn't report it.
Did he give you any reason?
He said he was scared, my lord. That same reason that he gave from not coming forward with this information. Because he knows the accused, they are related, they come from the same homelands. He was scared for the because of his life and that of his family.
Accused number 5 will tell this court that Zungu was never scared of reporting this unlawful activity. It's because Nkani never exchanged any firearm with Gwabini. It never happened. That is why he did not even report it to the police.
So the standard of time, I go to the police when that to be doing a service,
My lord, it is clear in the statement that he used the accused as hitmen. And so for me, when he says he's scared, I mean, I'm not so sure who will recognize or view the witness as hitman, and then at the same time not be scared of the reprisal of that person acting on that. That is my view, my lord.
Accused number 5 will also deny that he ever gave a 9mm firearm to Gwabini.
Well, the statement says otherwise, my lord. We just read it, and that's what the statement of Constable Zungu says.
Okay. Let's move on now. To paragraph 9. You remember on Friday, I referred to you to the meeting of Constable Zungu with Warrant Officer Makubu and Colonel Buthelezi.
Yes, I do recall, my lord.
Okay. Okay. According to you, how did the events unfold? Did you see first Constable Zungu, or Constable Zungu met firstly with Makubu and Colonel Buthelezi before meeting you, if you can recall, or should you go to the statement?
No, I said, my lord, if I have to look at the sequence of events,
Yes.
Constable Zungu would have seen me first. In other words, if they went to the office of the National Commissioner, then he would have been then introduced to me. That's how I recall. And I said, I'm basing that on the fact that if you follow the sequence of events, on the 12th of November 2018, we get appointed. Makubo comes into the picture, so that's what I'm mentioning in the picture. Prior to that, none of us were existing insofar as this matter is concerned. It was investigated elsewhere. Now, in November, just a month later, then I meet November, no, that's 2018, yes. Then early 2019, my lord, then I met Constable Zungu. So my suspicion, my lord, is that the issue of Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi and Warrant Officer Makubo would have taken place after he met me in 2019, otherwise going downwards, my lord. Between my first meeting with Constable Zungu and the second meeting that took place in Kempton Park. So I think in between there, we would have met.
November 2018,
It's
Okay.
my suspicion, my lord, that it would have taken place between these two periods. That was in between, because I was not part of this meeting, so I'm only calculating on what I'm being told by application control and with what I know that between these two periods, possibly the meeting would have taken place.
You know, when it's about I mean,
Okay. Let's see. Let me. Are you the one who obtained the statement from Constable Zoom?
I commissioned it, my lord. I made him take an oath. As I said, someone in the office was typing here notes, so but it was commissioned by me. I made him take the oath.
Okay. Can I take you through a few paragraphs? We're not going to read them because the statement was already read into the record. Okay? Paragraph 2 refers to the introduction of the witness. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 3 refers to as to how the incident unfolded on the 26th of October 2014.
Yes, my lord, I'm listening.
Paragraph 2 were two like the municipal statement, paragraph 3
Paragraph 4 and 5, it's still narrating as to how the incident unfolded on the 26th of October 2014.
Paragraph 4 and 5
Paragraph 6 as well,
paragraph 6, 40.
up to paragraph 7.
You paragraph eNCA.
I'm listening, my lord.
Or maybe if you want time to read the statement, I can ask for the short adjournment so that you go through it, because I'm summarizing since I've read them.
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
There's no need. Yeah, we can just get to the council.
Okay. So do you confirm that from the beginning it's still the narration of how the incident unfolded up to paragraph 7?
Yeah, but my lord, you see, I'm not the author. This is a difficulty. Constable Zoom will be the one who can tell you how we package the sequence of events. It should be now, I think, unfair to me to him if now I must interpret what he was trying to say, which part he wanted to come first. It's his statement, man.
The system is up about which room we are not going to have a spare rental. Once we had more treasure, only which you get here now, it's a rental. So it's being headed in the nice thing.
No, Brigadier, I'm not asking you to interpret. I'm just confirming the lines as they are. As they are, to say, here, that is when he is narrating the sequence of events. I'm not saying interpret, I'm just saying from the reading as it is, do you confirm that that's what is contained on this paragraph?
My lord, I can confirm that in these
Okay.
paragraphs he's narrating the events, his recollection of
Yes.
what transpired,
Okay.
leading obviously to us and you know, about this matter basically. That I can confirm.
Thank you.
In summary.
Thank you. Okay, now let's start from paragraph 8, because it's now after the narration of the incidents. Paragraph 8, can you read it for the record?
On Tuesday 2014, 28, I saw an article on one of the newspaper about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. I also noticed that the sketch of one of the suspects fitted the description of Mafika, open bracket, Bongani Tanzi, close bracket, and what he was wearing, a black hoodie top, and that he and the other suspect had dreadlocks which resembles that of Carlos Gargamule. I then started to be suspicious for the fact that on that day they were carrying firearms and fitted the description of the suspects mentioned, and also that Mafika, open bracket, Bongani Tanzi, close bracket, was wearing a black hoodie top. I then heard in the news that one of the suspects was arrested. I withdrew my suspicion and I didn't do any follow-up. I later heard again in the media that the suspect who was arrested was actually not the correct suspect, and he was released. I then had the interest to know who was the arrested guy and saw his photo on the social media platform. I then realized that the suspect that was arrested could not be the correct suspect, as I did not see him mingling, I suppose, with Carlos Mapisa, Togoziseni, Muzi, and Mafika on the 26th of October 2014.
This meeting in the 28th October 2014, Larabona Airport and Davini and Pulawa Senzo. Ngabona ke nakulo mdwebo lo wawenziwe abasola ukuthi wahambelana kakhulu nomafika ubongani Ntanzi and nokuthi wayegqoke ihudu emnyama and that nokuthi ke abanye abasola babe nama-dreadlock afana naka-Carlos Gaza no ngase-ke ngiqala-ke ukusola ngoba babephethe ibhamu and futhi-ke babefana nalokhu kwakuchazwa lapha emaphephandabeni ukuthi umafika obongani Ntanzi wayegqoke ihudu emnyama. Ngase-ke ngizwa-ke emaphephandabeni ukuthi khona umsolwa oboshiwe. Ngase-ke mina-ke yebo uqhubeka nokubasola futhi angizange ngikulandelele futhi. Emva kwalokho-ke ngase ngizwa futhi la kuma-media inkulumo ukuthi umsolwa lo wayeboshiwe kwakungeyena umsolwa okuwuyena futhi-ke wakhululwa. Ngase ngizwa-ke ngase ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi ubani lo wayeboshiwe. Ngase ngibona isithombe-ke kuma-social media, ngase ngiyabona ukuthi lo msolwa lona wayeboshiwe kwakungeyena umuntu owayefuneka, ngoba ngangambonanga futhi ehambisana noma ehlangana no-Carlos Mapisa nomthokozisi nomuzi nomafika ngomhla 26 October 2024.
In your part of investigation, Brigadier, did you come across with this article that is referred to here at any time?
My lord, I don't. So if the question is whether is it filed in the docket, no. But there are a lot of articles that were published later from 2014 when this incident has happened. But the one that Zoom was referring to, obviously, didn't refer me to a specific date, a specific one. It didn't have it. It was just narrating as to what happened. But I do know, and some of them are even covered in our info notes. A lot of newspaper articles that were published from 2014.
I think it was about sayifaka i-educating class sayisifaka ngoba wathumela uZungu ekhuluma nami azange ngitshela ukuthi le article akhuluma ngayo noma lombhalo lo akhuluma ngayo uphuma kulokhu usuku nokuthi kuliphi iphephandaba wayekhulumela ukusho ngoba kwakukhona okuningi okwabhaliwe emaphephandabeni amaningi.
Okay. And then let's proceed to paragraph 9.
I got hold of the cell phone numbers of General Shabani, who was the head of the detectives in Gauteng. I called and informed him that I have information about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said we should meet at Tembisa police station. He arrived driving a brown Mercedes-Benz SUV. I shared with him all the above mentioned information and my knowledge about the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. He said he will do follow-up investigation. After after 3 weeks, he called me to say the information I gave him is positive, but he wants to further task the detectives to further follow it up. He informed me that he had discovered something on the suspect that is in Rustenburg. He said he will inform the minister, Meyiwa, and then the National Commissioner General Sitole. He then asked me about the other suspect. I told him that one of the suspects stays around Tembisa and that he was dealing in drugs. After a few weeks, he called again to ask that I assist him with the information of the whereabouts of Moses Ibia as well as his pictures. I provided the general with the requested pictures, but included those of Mafika Ntanzi. I did give him the full information about Moses and where he could be found, as well as that of Mafika Ntanzi. He said he will pursue the information and update me about the outcome of the investigation. I later learned from the general that they managed to arrest Moses for dealing in drugs, and he questioned him about the case of Senzo and Meyiwa. He told me that Moses disputed this information, but he implicated his uncle, who is well known to the general. I know that Moses' uncle was known as Buke Spivantuli. I know that he was killed a few years ago. The general was at that stage no longer the head of detectives in Gauteng, but he was the cluster commander in Tembisa.
Ngawathola inamba yefoni ka-General Shabane owaye umkhozi wabaphenyi base-Gauteng. Ngase ngiyamshayela ucingo ngamtshela ukuthi nginolwazi oluthize mayelana nokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Wasethi-ke asihlangane eTembisa e-police station. Wafika lapho ehamba no-Mercedes Benz o-brown uwuhlobo lwe-SUV. Ngase ngiyamtshela-ke konke lokho ebengikhulume ngako ngaphambilini mayelana nolwazi enganginalo mayelana nokubulawa kukaSenzo Meyiwa. Wasethi-ke uzophenya ngalokhu. Emva kwamaviki amathathu wayesengifonela ethi ulwazi lona ngimnike lona ingathi-ke luyasebenza ngokuthi-ke futhi-ke ufuna ukuqhubeka nokuphenya nokulandelela. Wayesengitshela ukuthi-ke khona ukuthola kulo msolwa owayeseRustenburg. Wathi-ke uzotshela uMinister Bhekisele, and then emva kwalokho besetshela noCommissioner wamaphoyisa uGeneral Khethamthembu.
Thank you, Colonel. From my understanding of this paragraph is that this was the first encounter with General Lushabane of Constable Zongo.
But my lord, that's why I said Constable Zongo will better be, because now I must interpret and analyze what he's saying. Constable Zongo, my lord, will really be better equipped to indicate this.
General Lushabane Constable Zongo impendulo lithi manje kuzosho ukuthi-ke manje kufanele ngiphendulele uConstable Zongo ukuthi-ke manje kufanele ngifunde la bese ngiyahlaziya ukuthi bezama ukuthini mayelana nokubahlakaniphile. So into engcono ukuthi akho yena uConstable Zongo oza-ke azochaza ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani.
Okay. Then paragraph 13, let's jump paragraph 11, let's jump paragraph 12, and then go to paragraph 13, because all these paragraphs are already on record.
Paragraph 13, my lord. The same year, 2019, I received a call from General Shabane who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Toroko, Kempton Park. It was possibly Sunday at around 1700 hours, my lord. When I arrived in his office, I met General Shabane, informed me that he did further investigation and followed up on the information Mosi
Gave him
about the involvement of his uncle Bukes Pivantuli, who was well known to him. The general told me that he has found that Mosi was directly involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa and that the information I gave him was accurate and correct. He informed me that he has invited General Sibia, who is the head of the Hawks in Gauteng, so that we can brief him on the case and see how he will weigh the information and the evidence that we have. Indeed, at around 1900 hours, a gentleman arrived who was introduced to me as General Sibia by General Shabane. General Shabane briefed General Sibia about all the information I gave him and also that he conducted his investigation and managed to link Muzi and Konganentanzi about their involvement in the case. I was also invited to share the information clearly to General Sibia. General Sibia responded to say, according to his knowledge, the information is correct and accurate. General Sibia asked General Shabane, who was dealing with this case from the Office of the National Commissioner. General Shabane said, Lieutenant Colonel Kenyinda. General Sibia responded to General Shabane that Warrant Officer Makubo must be called to come through and listen to the information. However, General Shabane did not have the cell phone number of Warrant Officer Makubo. General Sibia gave General Shabane the cell phone numbers of Makubo and he called Makubo. Warrant Officer Makubo arrived 30 minutes. General Shabane shared the information with him and Makubo refuted the information and told us that I am lying and that there is no such information, there is no such evidence that link Ngani, open bracket, Sifiso Kuhle, Zoom into close bracket. It disputed everything I shared with them and said that I must reveal my source. Warrant Officer Makubo showed us a picture of Ngani and said he arrested Ngani on the matter in KwaZulu Natal and that Ngani is not involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa as well as the suspects. I've mentioned. He further accused me of coming to them with baseless information. He kept on insisting that I reveal my source and bring him. Upon realizing that he wanted to know where do I get the information and who is my source, I agreed that I would bring the source. The meeting ended with a clear understanding to me that Warrant Officer did not want to take the information I have shared with them. After the meeting, I left with Warrant Officer Makubo to drop me off at Tembisa police station and left General Sibia and General Shabane.
Okay.
generally wasn't sure what why to Muzi, why Tigga, who was good in Senzo, and the Futigga, who wasn't a Nigadona, then the Sukundi. And for what the whole why said Chaluti, women not general spear, why Uzoma Hawks, how they Uti and I Zoja Lomana and the Luda. And then the corner Uti, the Loss and Bandigadona, this is the singer, and then Putting who first was in Bandigadona, who seven. What's the corner any one again, or to the mina, General Spear, General Shavane, or such a General Spear, and that doesn't have Nigadona, and the Boutique, were paying, and it was told Boutique, we are today, almost in Bungani. Who the Luta. That's a thing a man who is all quite now, who rather was singing in a general spear, was a baby like 18, and Buddha's dark. What get it doing to Nigadona? Never know to doesn't go in. General Spear, you also and tell out General Shaban why we are not the root of a lady. Said a officer commission, General Shaban also to who left and Yemin. Who General Spear was a General Shabane and no other officer Makubu, and finally Babis, and putting a puzzle there, the doors and the living legs. And for what General Shabane, when Gena said number, warrant officer Makubu, General Spear was a nigger, who General Shabane is a phone. Numbers Gamaku and the Western Ford Gamaku. What do we say? Africa and provide from my Unizus, Mashumatu. General Shabane was a general foot Maku and Maku, put Maku piggies at Bongelo and was still within a rubber manga, which I equal in doing Gangi. None of the fires and then the bag of Carnus food, so good. And the walking is a long and Gangi, Bandigadona, and Wessetti, you find it a first, which is so that we won't get a quarter of Samaku, and what's going to be stronger, Sigan Gani, and Wessetti, Umbo Pilum Gani, and Bobby that the cities at end, and pushing a good Ungani. I got to take it in lessons of Meyiwa, Nala Babani Abam, or other sort of England birthday. What could I have been in the church saga, Italo Boutique, the Zebuona, Nulas, or Namgede. And why could I have been a low 8 mina? It is a little bit of mina, funny first, so that we don't lose it better again. And what to witness about? I took myself one wooden, who was wooden, so that we don't lose it, and we would open and get the last and half one. I think over there, everyone can get the last. What's a way we are paying? And Pelagate, Gachado, Wutige, Uswane, Wutimina, no other officer, as if he is Tata, ukuthi warrant officer afisa ukuthatha lolwazi engabanika lona. Emva komhlangano ngase ngihamba-ke no-warrant officer amakhulu owayeyongishiya e-police station yaseThembisa and sasisishiya u-General Smear no-General Lishaba.
Thank you, Brigadier. We see that this is one of the incidents wherein Constable Zongo sat and discussed with General Sibia and General Shabane and also Warrant Officer Makubu. And importantly, that is when Warrant Officer Makubu dismissed the information regarding the involvement of accused number 5 in this matter.
General Sibia no General Shabane bekhuluma ngalolu daba lolu lolwazi lolu lwalulethwe uConstable, and uyabona yini ukuthi uwarrant officer Makubu engaphikisa konke lokhu.
My Lord, I see that, but as I said, Constable Zongo is the author of this statement. I see what is contained, I see the dismissal. What I don't understand is what are the basis of dismissing something that has been brought to you before you investigate. I don't understand, because the purpose of investigation is to get to the truth. And if the truth takes you to the benefit of the suspect, that is also the truth. But you cannot come to a conclusion that someone is not involved before you even investigate. I don't know where is that coming from.
I didn't ukuthola kahle ukuthi-ke ukwazi kanjani ukuthi achithe into elethiwe phambi kwakhe ulwazi alutholayo ingazange aphele, ngoba phela umsebenzi wokupheka ukuthi sikwazi ukuthi sibhekisise ukuthi ulwazi silitholayo lunjani. So angingaqondi kahle ukuthi yena achitha kanjani ukuthi akazange aphele.
I see the non-availability of reasons as you are saying, but what I wanted to confirm with you that you see that the first information given by Constable Zongo was rejected by Warrant Officer Makubu, who is also a state witness in this case, who is still going to come and testify.
But my Lord, what I'm saying, he had no basis. Because according to this presentation, this paragraph we went to, evidence is presented to him or information is given to him before he investigates, dismisses it. And I'm saying that's not how investigation is done. You investigate, then guided by the outcome of the investigation, then perhaps then you can make such utterances.
Okay, Colonel, on Brigadier, on paragraph, at the beginning of paragraph 13, it says the same year, 2019, I received a call. Did you verify or did you ask from Constable Zongo as to when about in 2019 did he receive this call? Because we can see that on the date when he received this call, that's the date when this conversation took place between General Sibia, General Shabane, and Warrant Officer Makubu.
My Lord, what Constable Zongo said with regard to the courts and his knowledge is contained in this statement of his. So it doesn't go beyond this. This is all the information you could recall based on the notes that he had, and this is what he could come up with.
Okay, Constable Zongo, I have
No, I was asking clarity, Brigadier. I was.
Just wanted to correct the proposition that has been put to Brigadier in the warrant was a statement. He was called by the president. It's not a statement.
Thank you, my Lord.
It was interesting to me, understanding me. Here's the warrant officer
senior. So what some approve. Apparently believes. So I'm not describing anything. I'm not telling you I'm in my mind. And then also General CV, who is also a general. Apparently is also prepared to accept those reports.
Correct,
Am
my
I
lord.
correct?
You are correct, my lord. That's what the statement says.
Thank you, my lord. My question, Brigadier, to you was that, did you ask Constable Zong as to when exactly in 2019 did this incident take place? As the investigating officer, I'm asking as the investigating officer, not because you were there.
No, my lord. Correct, I was not there. But
Yes.
two, the issue of the meeting was not relevant. What was relevant is the information insofar as what he knows about this incident. And as I've said, what he knew, what he could recall, my lord, was contained in the notes, and that's what, on the notes that he had, my lord. And then it was then summarized in the form of this statement. So the fact that it's not here, my lord, he didn't have it, right? Didn't dwell with it, didn't dwell on it as well, my lord, because the essence and the focus of the investigation was insofar as his presence at Basutuni Hostel and why he didn't tell me and what is it that he knows about that incident, my lord. And that's what the statement really focuses on. The other information is basically the background of what he did when he had this information leading us to General Shaban and then obviously then us and other side issues.
For 2019, partner in which is the son of Wabani, wasn't it that in the way we took an annoying somewhere when I assassin, bigger, it's assassin bigger, why is a funeral which old by than and which yes, grandchild. It's what you can annoy the running color and it's a cool. And what the Tina was the Zeraka, upon another, it was between hosted and you put a unique guy from which I put it up. It's that maybe it's
Thank you, Brigadier. Maybe I'm missing the answer in your explanation. My question was, did you ask the dates in 2019 in which you received the call? Did you ask or did you did not ask? That was my question.
No, I will not recall, my lord.
Okay.
I will not recall. All I was saying is that the responses insofar as that meeting is contained in his statement, my lord. It's in this paragraph.
Okay, perfect. You can't recall the date.
2019, what we do, what was it, what we do, so that
Thank you. Let's move on for the sake of progress to paragraph 14.
In the same year, I received a call from a lady who identified herself as Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, who said she was a forensic investigator in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa. The officer asked to meet me in relation to the information I gave to Warrant Officer Makubo, and we agreed to meet at McDonald's, Kempton Park. When we met, I realized that she was in the company of Warrant Officer Makubo. She asked me to repeat the information that I had shared with Warrant Officer Makubo, and I did. She further asked me about my relationship to the suspects I explained. She also asked if I am related and know Kelly Kumalo, and I told her that I do not know her, nor am I related to her, except for seeing her on the social media platforms. Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi accused me and General Shabane of trying to protect Kelly Kumalo and shift the blame to the suspect. I was mentioning, shift the blame to the suspect I was mentioning. She told me that she has evidence that implicates Kelly Kumalo in the murder, and that the shooter was one of those who were in the house. I disagreed with her based on the information I had, and our discussion ended with no fruitful outcome.
Jengo, Lieutenant Kennedy Utilities. Owathi uyena owenza uphenyo local references kulawini kukaSenzo. And wasengicela-ke ukuthi ngihlangane naye mayelana nolwazi engalunika uwarrant officer makhulu. Sesivumelana ukuthi sihlangane eMcDonald yaseKempton Park. Masihlangana-ke lapho-ke ngabona ukuthi uhamba no-warrant officer makhulu. Wasengicela ukuthi angiphinde futhi ngimtshele lolwazi engabelana nalo no-warrant officer makhulu. And ngase ngenza kanjalo. Waseqhubeka-ke ngibuza ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani nabasolwa ngase ngiyachaza.
Okay.
Wase-ke ngibuza futhi ukuthi ngihlobene kanjani noPhelikhumalo, ngamtshela ukuthi hhayi cha angimazi nokuthi futhi asihlobene ngaphandle ukuthi ngiyambona kuma-social media. uLieutenant Buthelezi wayebese-ke ngikhomba ngomunwe ethi mina no-General Shabane sizama ukuvikela uPhelikhumalo ukuthi sidlulisele izinsolo kulabasolwa bavezile. Wasengitshela ukuthi yena unolwazi olukhombisayo ukuthi uPhelikhumalo athinteke ekubulaweni kulokubulala, and futhi-ke nalo wadubula wawomunye wayekhona la endlini. Sagcina siphikisana ngaloku ayekushilo nolwazi ayengike lona, and kodwa-ke sagcina lapho-ke singabanga-ke nomphumela.
So thank you, Brigadier, for that information. Do you agree with me that this is the second incident when the information brought by Zungu to Colonel Joyce Buthelezi, who was also an investigating officer in this case, was rejected?
My Lord, as I've said, it's not how I understand investigation to be done. How do you reject something before you investigate? Because if you look at this paragraph, Zungu on a mere presentation also this information to Lieutenant Kennedy Buthelezi is being rejected and accused of all manner of things. How do you do that when you have not conducted an investigation? That's not how, at least the way I was taught. First you investigate, then the evidence or the outcome of the investigation will lead you to the truth or to the assertion that you want to make. But you can't just dismiss information that is being brought to you on the mere basis that you don't trust that person or you have certain views. You have to investigate, and then you can if you think you are qualified to make such assertions, make such assertions.
Okay.
Ngoba ke phela awukwazi ukuthi njengoba enzile la lona umsebenzi usevela uThosa ulona uZungu icala ukuthi yena uhlobene nobani nokuthi akahlobene nobani ekuqaleni kufanele ziqaleni kufanele uqale ngokuthi enye utholwazi uphenye lokho kuzokuholela ekutheni uthole iqiniso. Uthole iqiniso usungaveza-ke ukuthi wena kuloko osukuphenyile wena loko osukutholile isinqumo sithathayo-ke ngako konke loko osukutholile kuyini.
Thank you, Brigadier. The next paragraph 15 refers to your encounter with Constable Zongo, paragraph 15. Can we now move to that paragraph 15? My Lord, it's now past. However, I was asking if I can continue to finish questions on this statement, my Lord, before we're about to finish, before we take an adjournment, my Lord. I'm not sure if... We've got eight more paragraphs, my Lord. My lord, not 15 because the media asked to.
Okay,
All right.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
buso kodwa ke inhloso ukuthi abe lapha kwawukuthi sizwisise kakhulukazi ngoyise.
Do I also understand it correctly, Brigadier, to say in your meeting or in your engagement with Constable Zungu as per paragraph 15, which was the first time, and also on the 13th of November, which was the second time, Constable Zungu never mentioned suspect number 5, accused number 5 as the suspect on these 2 interviews or consultation or engagement?
Qiniso yena ukuthi kuhlanganene kwenu nomsola no Constable Zungu njengoba kuvela lapha ngoparagraph 15 futhi na umhla 13 kuNovember akazange asho lutho ngomsola wesihlanu.
My Lord, the engagements were about the father, as I've indicated. The information he received from his father, and he was bringing that information to us, my Lord.
Njengoba sengishilo umhlangano ofuna ukukhuluma noxoxa ngobaba wakhe and
Okay. Then let's move on to paragraph 17, Brigadier.
On the 18th November 2019, around 07:13, I walked to the spaza shop in my area at Tembisa. I noticed a silver brown Corolla parked a few meters away to the place of my residence. As I was passing by the vehicle, I saw these 3 occupants, whom one is known to me as Nkazimulo Ntuli, who is related to Muzi Sibiya and Nkani Sifokuhle Ntuli. I managed to see Nkazimulo because he was sitting at the back and the window where he was seated was open. I proceeded to the shop and bought a cigarette. When I walked back from the shop, as I was passing by the same vehicle, Nkazimulo extended his hand holding a firearm and pointed it towards my direction. The firearm was a pistol, black in color. I could see he was trying to aim and shoot at me, and I started to run away towards the direction of the shop and jumped into people's yard until I got home. I was not in possession of my service pistol. I went home and took my pistol. When I went out to confront them, the vehicle was no longer there.
Mhla 18 November 2019 isikhathi ko-7:13 kushuthi ekuseni ngahamba ngaya espaza esiseduze nala engihlala khona eThembisa. Ngase ngibona iCorolla eyombala osilver brown ipake eduze le ndawo la engangihlala kuyona. Ngithe ngidlula lapho emotweni ngabona abantu abathathu emotweni, ngabona ukuthi omunye wabo wayazi ngangimazi ukuthi kwakunguNkazimulo Ntuli ohlobene noMuzi Sibiya noNkani Sifiso Kuhle Ntuli. Ngakwazi nokubona nokuthi uNkazimulo lona ngoba wayehleli ngemuva emotweni and futhi ke ifestel lakhe lalivuliwe. Ngase ngiyadlula ngesitolo ngathenga usikuleti. Mase ngibuya esitolo sengidlula futhi kuleyo moto, uNkazimulo walula isandla sakhe esesiphethe isibhamu esikhombeka imina. Isibhamu leso kwakuhlobo lwalezi ibhamu ezincane esimnyama umbala. Ngiyabona ukuthi wayezama ukuthi akhombe mina and futhi angidubule. Ngase ngiqala ngibalekela ngiya le ngasesitolo. Ngase ngeqa ingcingo ngene emajalidini abantu ngaze ngiyofika ekhaya. Ngangingenaso isibhamu sami somsebenzi ngaleso sikhathi. Ngaya ekhaya ngathatha isibhamu sami. Ngathi mase ngiphindele emuva ngithi ngiyobafuna ngathola ukuthi imoto ayisekho.
My question to you, Brigadier, is that did you ask Constable Zungu if he reported this matter to the police because he was being pointed out by the firearm by the person whom he was able to identify as Nkazimulo Ntuli.
Wambuza yini warrant officer Zungu ukuthi wakubika yini lokho emaphoyiseni ngoba ekhonjwa isibhamu umuntu ayemazi ukuthi uNkazimulo.
My lord, so when this incident happened, he did phone me then on the 18th
Manje kuma kwenzeka lokho wangifonela ngomhla ka-18
to inform me of such, because it was just a day after he brought his father to our office for the obtaining of this father's statement.
ezichazela ukuthi kwenzeni ngoba kwakusuku lelo ayilethe uyise emahhovisi ukuthi azokhulumisana naye.
And I asked him then, my lord, I advised him to go and open a case at the local police station since he knows the suspects, so that the matter can be investigated.
Ngase ngimtshela ukuthi ke akahambe emva ukuthi angitshele ngalokho ukuthi amtshela ukuthi akahambe ukubika emaphoyiseni ngoba uyamazi umsona.
Yes, that's how it went, my lord. And I said, should he have challenges or need further assistance, he can then advise me accordingly.
Futhi ngathi kuma engahlangabezana nezinkinga mayelana nalokho angabuyela kumina.
Do you know if the case, do you know if he eventually opened the case as per your advice?
Uyazi yini ukuthi wayelivula icala njengoba wamelulekile?
No, I don't know that, my lord.
Cha angikwazi lokho.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Brigadier. I'm done with that statement. And then let's move on to statement number A173. It's the statement of Mlungisi Edward Hlophe. Which was commissioned on the 7th of April 2015.
173.
173, yes. Maybe you can have a look at this. Kotsodal. No, just give it to the witness. I want him to see the statement.
Yes, I've got it in front of me, my lord.
Can you check your copy with that one?
Yes, I've got it.
Thank you. Please double check mine if it's the correct one as well, with your original copy.
Yes, it is the same.
Brigadier, I'm asking you about this question as the investigating officer. If you have knowledge, if you don't have knowledge of the questions I'm going to put you regarding this statement, you just say so. There is no harm.
Understood, my lord.
Okay. Do you see this statement? It was written by Mlungisi Edward Hlophe.
Yabona ukuthi lesi statement sabhala uMlungisi Edward Hlophe.
Yes, my lord, I can see that.
Yebo ngiyakubona lo.
And it was, can you place on record the date when it was taken?
It was on 2015, 04, 07, so April,
Yes.
and then the time was 1930.
Yes.
Yebo lesi statement ngiyabonakala ukuthi sasetha ngomhla 2015 ushuthi kwaku-April ulanga ngomhla 7 ngo-9:30 ntambama.
This witness, Brigadier, he has not yet testified. But if the state doesn't call him, he will be called by the defense to come and testify. Hence, I want you to comment on certain portions as the investigating officer.
I understand, my lord.
Ngicela ukuthi uphawule ngokuthize nanoma engakabizwa lo fakazi lona uma ukuthi ke istate asimbizi thina sombiza njengabameli babasolwa ukuthi azoletha ubufakazi kodwa ngifuna ukuthi uphawule ngezinto ezimbalwa mayelana nalesi statement.
Is it correct that this statement was taken before you were appointed as the investigating officer when I look at the date?
Manje mase ngibuka le date le kuyiqiniso yini ukuthi lesi statement sathathwa wena ungakaqokwa njengozoba umphenyi kulelo cala?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjani?
Did you come across with this statement in your dockets, in the dockets that you received regarding this case? At the time when you were appointed as the investigating officer?
Ngesikhathi ke uqoqa ukuthi uphenye lelo cala wahlangana yini nalesi statement ku-docket oyiphethe?
Yes, my lord, it was part of the statements in the A section that were disclosed to me when I received the docket. But in addition, it also contained the one that was taken in my presence, which was alleged to be missing. So, but this, and I think there would have been two others, one or two, in addition to this one, also from the same person, Mr. Thope, basically indicating the same thing. So I did receive these statements with the dockets, my lord.
Yebo, ngasithola statement edocket thini nami kodwa ke futhi kukhona nezinye statement esingekuthiwa ke nje salahleka ngokhona statement ezinye azenza khuluma into yona la ikhulumayo kulesi statement uhlobo.
You say there are two more statements that the same witness made.
Uthi une statement ezinye imbili ezenziwa yilo fakazi.
Yes, I'm saying in my recollection, my lord, one of them, my lord, is the one that was alleged that it was not filed and it was taken by me. And I think we dealt with it, that it was taken by Warrant Officer Mabuti, and then it's attached. But it's saying more or less the same thing, my lord.
Yebo kukhona njengoba sengisho ngishilo ukuthi khona le statement esathathwa yimina ekuthiwa this statement lesi sanyamalala kodwa i statement sabhala uProfessor Mabuti.
Captain Mabuti, actually.
Captain Mabuti kodwa ke wayekhuluma ngazo lezi zinto ezikhona kulesi statement.
Can you check for me that statement during lunchtime break so that we can finish with this one now? Then we'll check the second one during lunchtime.
Okay, my lord.
Okay. This statement, can you skip paragraph 1? Can we just name the paragraphs so that we won't confuse the record? The first paragraph, which says, I am an adult male, will be paragraph 1.
Okay.
The second paragraph, which starts with, on 2014-10, I can, that will be paragraph 2.
Okay.
The third paragraph, Tumelo Madlala told me, will be paragraph 3. And the next statement, beginning with I ask him, will be paragraph 4. Then I know and understand, it's paragraph 5. Okay. Can we skip the information contained in paragraph 1 because it refers to the particulars of this witness?
Yes.
And just go straight to paragraph 2, 3, and 4.
So should I read it?
Please,
Should I read it to the
please,
record?
Brigadier.
In 2014-10, I cannot remember the date, but it's between the 27th and 28th after the death of Senzo Meyiwa. I contacted Tumelo Madlala using one of my cell phone mentioned above. I wanted to know from him what happened at the crime scene because we were receiving different information. So I wanted to know from him what happened. I was concerned about the incident because I am married to Senzo Meyiwa's sister, Noktula, so I am part of the family. Tumelo Madlala told me that Zandi had a fight with his boyfriend and Senzo tried to separate them, and accidentally shot went off. I suppose they wanted to say accidentally the shot went off, and Senzo got shot and died. I asked him, who is Zandi? He then told me that Zandi is Kelly's sister. I was surprised to hear that. On the media, Tumelo said there was a robbery. That is all I want to state. Then is the oath, my lord, and it was commissioned by Captain Mtetwa on 2015-04-07, 1930, the time.
Uthi-ke lana uqala ku-paragraph yesibili ngo-2014 ngo-October angisakhumbuli usuku kodwa kwakuphakathi kamhla ka-27 nomhla ka-28 emva kokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa. Ngase ngithintana noTumelo Madlala ngisebenzisa enye yezinombolo lezi sengikhulume ngazo ngaphambilini. Ngangifisa ukwazi kuyena ukuthi kwenzekani endaweni yobugebengu ngoba ngangizwe izinto ezehlukayo. So ngathi-ke ngifuna ukwazi kuyena kuphuma kuyena ukuthi kwenzekani ngoba khona okwakungithinta ngokuthi kwenzekani ngalolo suku ngoba ngishade nodadewabo Senzo Meyiwa unokuthula. Ngase-ke ngoba mina ngiyilungu lomndeni wakaMeyiwa. uTumelo Madlala wasengitshela ukuthi uZandi wayeqabana ne-boyfriend yakhe and futhi uSenzo wazama ukubehlukanisa and ngeshwa-ke kwadubuleka lapho and uSenzo kwasedutshulwa and waseyashona. Asengimbuza futhi ukuthi ubani uZandi, wasengitshela ukuthi uZandi udadewabo woKheli and mina ngamangala ukuzwa lokho ngoba ubekhuluma namaphephandaba nemedia. uTumelo wathi kwakukhona-ke ubugebengu obenzeka ekhaya la kwaKhumalo. Ikona konke engikwazi engifisa ukusho.
In your investigation, Brigadier, did you have any encounter with this witness, Mlungisi Edward Sope? Whether it's a meeting or whether it's a formal or informal meeting regarding this statement?
Ngisaqhubeka nophenyo lwakho akwahlangana noMlungisi Edward Sope.
And the information contained there too.
And futhi nanolwazi olula kulesi statement.
So my lord, the answer is yes, but perhaps let's start from here, my lord.
Okay.
The investigating team that was dealing with this matter, my lord, they found no basis back in 2015. So I'll start there and then move to my engagement with Mr. Sope.
Where is that? Where is that they found no basis?
You'll find in the diary, my lord, because it was investigated. Remember, it was before my time.
Okay, can I see that diary?
Well, I'll look for it, and then I'll refer you to it. But it was followed up, my lord, in short. That's what I'm saying.
Well, mangathi ngafisha nje yebo kwalandela.
Then second, my lord, fast tracking to 2015, 2016. This is where now I referred and I testify about this, that I was sent by General Nkomo and then the acting National Commissioner, General Patlane, to go and inform the family that they will be coming to them and give them updates insofar as the progress of the case at the time, but also to assist with whatever that we can do. Now, in that meeting with the family, because I was not the investigating officer, my lord, I did not have this docket, and I did not know that this statement that we just read now was in the docket, as I was not the IO, my lord. So the family brought it to attention when I went. I think there were about 9 members of the subs.
Sorry, when was that?
That was in 2016, my lord. We dealt with that aspect, I think, through...
Don't forget about dealing it before. Just tell me when was
yeah,
that?
but what I'm saying is, my lord, I'm repeating what I've said before, because I placed the statement of Captain Mabuti to say, I think Mr. Ramsipele took me through when we went there, what were the circumstances. I dealt with it. So what I'm saying is, it is here. I'll also find it. It indicates, my statement is there. I was even asked, my lord, as to why did I make the statement, and I said the DPP felt that because there were these allegations that there's a statement by Mr. Hlophe which was seemingly a breakthrough on the case, which was not filed by me, which was not true, we should then address that issue. Subsequent to that, my lord, then I had to make a statement that dealt with that part. So I'm just going back to say I dealt with it under that context. So when we then went to the Meyiwa's family, my lord, this information from the family side was brought to attention to say, we don't understand why there's difficulty in solving this case, because our son-in-law, this is now Mr. Hlophe, received this information from Mr. Madlala that there were no intruders, the deceased was shot by mistake. We then asked to meet Mr. Hlophe, and that is how now I came face to face with him. Not me alone, me with my colleagues. And then Captain Mabuti, in my presence, my lord, then obtained his statement, saying more or less the same things that have been said here. And I said, when that was followed up, under tremendous difficulty, I even indicated, my lord, previously, I was testifying here, I think under Mr. Admissibility, that I had to go through Brigadier Modise, who was the investigating officer, because the witness then, Mr. Madlala, was refusing to talk to me, saying, no, we don't know you, who are you? So we had to ask the Brigadier to allow us to convince him to talk to us in trying to establish this aspect. And eventually when he spoke to us, he refuted that aspect. And I moved further, my lord, and said, when then we have taken over this matter now, when I was identified, or rather given this matter to investigate as a lead investigating office, I also confronted him again on this aspect, and he refuted this aspect and said he never said it to Mr. Hlophe. So that's the context that I dealt with this statement, my lord.
Tonight, bengazi ukuthi kukhona lokhu kule document nanoma engangewu ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ngangakabi u-IO ngakusho ngangayobi umphenyi ngoba ngangithunyiwe ngaleso sikhathi ngithunye uGeneral Phehla ukuthi ngiye lapha emndenini ngiyobachazela ukuthi uqhubekani ngaleli cala futhi ke ngaleso sikhathi lesi statement esingangakazi ukuthi si une statement esinjena nokuthi siqhubeka ngani ngoba ngangingekabi ngangaqoka njengomphenyi waleli cala kodwa lokho sakhuluma kabanzi ngesikhathi kukhulunywa nobaba uRamsipili ukuthi ngaya emndenini wakaMeyiwa la bafuna bangibuza ukuthi kanti yini kubonakala ukuthi akhona uthuko ekuphenyeni leli cala ngoba umkhwenyana wabo uyachaza ukuthi uMeyiwa wadutshulwa ngephutha kodwa ke lapho engagcina ngihambile sayo khuluma naye ulona ubabuhlophe leso statement ke sathathwa uMavute Mabute wathatha leso statement kodwa ke mase ngithi ngizama ukuyokhuluma naye lona uhlophe lona ngathola ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ubrigadier owayephendele icala ubrigadier Modise so saphuqela ukuthi sizomcela ubrigadier Modise ukuthi akube uyena omcelayo ukuthi akhulumisane naye ngoba wayenokusola engathandisisi ukuthi akhulume nathi kodwa ke wathi mesemcela kwayima evuma ukuthi azokhulumisana nathi.
So my lord, the statement of Captain Mabut in relation to this explanation I'm giving, which I said we dealt with the other time, is marked A127. That is a statement in relation to the engagement with Mr. Hlophe, Mr. Edward Hlophe, in 2016. And my affidavit regarding the same circumstances that I'm explaining, it's A128 in the docket.
A what?
A128.
Okay. When you confronted Mr. Mlungisi Edward Hlophe regarding this statement, what did he say? Did he confirm? Did he deny? Did he change the statement? What was the position?
Manje uma nizokhulumisana noMlungisi Edward Hlophe mayelana nesi statement wathini ngaso wasivuma wasala noma khona izinto ayefisa ukuthi zishintshe kusona?
No, my lord, I don't think we understand each other with consent. I did not confront Mr. Thope with any statement. When I was sent by the divisional commissioner at the time, this matter was not seized with me. I was not aware of the statement that was made to Captain Mthethwa in 2015. It was already in the docket, but I was not aware of it because I was not in possession of the docket. When I got to the Meyiwa's family, they then brought the information to us to say, yes, we understand the divisional commission and the national commissioner will come and visit us and give us an update. But here's a piece of information that we have that can assist in solving the case, and we don't understand why this case is not solved. Out of that information, my lord, the name of Mr. Thope gets mentioned as the one who spoke with Mr. Madlala. We followed that. I did not have this statement. I had no docket. So we followed that. This is the part when I said, you don't dismiss things, my lord, you investigate. So that exercise was to investigate the allegation that the family was saying. And indeed, we get to Mr. Thope. He confirms to us to say, yes, I received a call from Mr. Madlala who says the deceased was shot by mistake. My colleague, Captain Mabuti, then takes a statement from him to that effect, which, I said, my lord, was never misplaced. It's in the docket. But when eventually we got to Mr. Madlala, because he says he heard it from Mr. Madlala, it's a hearsay. He was not there. Mr. Madlala refused it, he refuted it and said he never told him that. And I'm saying that was the first part where he refuted it, then fast-tracking to the period when I took over the investigation as the IO. When I engaged Mr. Madlala, I confronted him again and he refuted that that was not true, what was said, my lord.
I think some cousin now go to the ngesikhathi ngithatha leli cala ngizolibheka uCaptain Mthethwa azange ngichazele ukuthi khona istatement esinje kodwa kuma sengiya lapha emndenini wakwaMeyiwa ila kwavela khona leli gama leli ngoba ila engathola khona ukuthi lona ukuthiwa umkhwenyana wale family wayebatshele lesi statement lebachaza ukuthi cha wadutshulwa ngephutha and futhi ke ila engaphinde ngathola khona ukuthi kuvela leli gama leli likaHlophe kodwa ke lapho ke ilapho mase siyokhulumisana nalo Hlophe ila kwathathwa khona lesi statement isithathwa uMavuti.
So for my understanding in the explanation that we have just given, when you followed up the information with Mr. Hlophe, he did confirm this information. It's only that when you approached Tumelo Madlala, Tumelo denied that information. Am I understanding you correctly?
Partly correct, my lord, in that yes, Mr. Thope indicated that he received such information from Mr. Madlala, but I was not confronting him with a statement. I did not have a statement. Okay. I was confronting him with the information I received from the Meyiwa's family, that he is in possession of this family, of this information. When we met him, he then disposed an affidavit indicating what is contained in this statement, which was then refuted by Mr. Madlala.
No, Tina Satumasiya uHlophe uHlophe iloku okula statement esakuthola kuyena kodwa ke kwakungakabi na statement ngaleso sikhathi thina ke sasikhuluma na ngakho noHlophe iloku esasikuthola emndenini lokho okwakuthiwa ke bakuthola ngumkhwenyana nomndeni.
Thank you, my lord. Can I ask that we take a long adjournment at this stage?
Did Mr. Madlala testify?
Yes, he has testified.
And he was never confronted by either Mr. Mgumezulu, Mr. Mramusipidi, Mr. Mnisi, Mr. Momalo.
I did.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Even, please.
I did, my lord.
I remember vividly. In fact, this point was.
What did he say, Madlala?
Was first raised by me. He said he called him by some name. He said Umdala because he's older to me. Maybe he made a mistake. I did not say that to him on this aspect.
No, but did he deny that?
Yes, he denied it. Yes.
No, did he say Mr. Hlophe is not telling the truth? I never said that to him.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
I remember I confronted him.
That's
on that
the
aspect.
evidence we have. Okay, fine.
But he was confronted with a statement that was proposed in the other document.
Okay, the 375
Oh,
docket,
the other
not this
document.
particular
Not
statement.
this one.
Yes, yes.
That's why I'm confusing things. So you're confronting him with a 375, Mr.
Yes,
LCP.
and that statement also had issues because it was not
Sir, you're confronting
conditioned.
him
Yes,
with the
37501 of
You
2019.
didn't confront him with the 675.
The 636.
636.
There are several 636s, my lord.
No,
I'm
no,
not
the
sure.
one we are dealing with now.
I don't know this A number, my lord, but I did confront him with
Mr.
it.
Mnisi, you confronted him with which docket?
I'm not so sure about the content, but contextually about the information that came from Mr. Shop, which
Okay, fine.
is the aspect of
Mr.
the evidence now, I think.
Mr. Ngumalo, which statement, which docket did you confront him with?
About this statement, my lord?
Yeah, was it 3636?
Yes, my lord.
636?
Yes.
Is it 636 which one he was confronted with? Mr.
We can verify that with the, from the record, but my recollection is that it was 375,
Yeah, that's what
not
I
this
mean.
particular statement.
Yeah, I would have remembered. You must check it. You know, it surprises me that you were not there.
No. With 375 investigation, I was not there.
Yeah, you are. You know, I'm just saying, it just strikes me that he was confronted with 375, the other docket, which is not an issue here. Okay, so, I see you're laughing. When should we come back?
At 2 o'clock, my lord.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Brigadier, you also referred to the investigation diary where the previous team had made a certain entry. You remember we touched on that evidence.
Yes, I said that's my recollection, my lord, but we'll have also to double check
Double check.
this, the A section, if perhaps they did not even make a statement as well to that effect. So I'll have to check the A section as well as the investigation diary.
Even if there is no statement, the entry, that relevant entry would be sufficient.
We'll look at it, my lord. But also, my lord, one needs to also to say this, that other than the fact that when I confronted Mr. Madala on this, he refuted what is contained here, and I'm referring about to me now, not the previous investigators. It is prudent, my lord, to take note that the evidence in this docket indicates that there were intruders. So that is based on the facts that were obtained when this incident happened. There's direct witnesses who were inside the house. There's neighbors who saw intruders before and after the incident and running away from the house. There is a foreign DNA, and we dealt with it, my lord, of the markers of the regions, as much as it's not conclusive, but it is also not exclusive. I dealt with this part, and that DNA links some of the accused, which correlates with exhibit HH and JJ in terms of who went into that house. And for me, my lord, issues of DNA are objective evidence. It's not someone where he says, she said, or he said, he said. You rely on those objective factors that indicate indeed that there were intruders. So as much as what is being said by Mr. Klope, because that is the purpose of investigation, you can't sugarcoat or select what you want. That's what he says. But the evidence on the docket contradicts that. There were intruders, and unfortunately the evidence that was there back in 2014 then linked the accused that are before court as being the perpetrators of this offense, my lord.
Yebo, ngizomhlola usection A section. Kodwa ke sifanele singakhohlwa phela ukuthi sifanele sibheke le ndawo ukuthi uMadlala yena wakuphika lokukushola ngoba i-document yasho ukuthi kwakukhona abantu ababehlasele la. Kungena kuphela osho njalo, kodwa ke lokhu kusekelwa yilaba abantu ababekhona lapha endlini ukuthi yebo babekhona abantu abafike bahlasela. Abantu omakhelwane nabo bayasho ukuthi babekhona abantu abahlasela ngoba bababona noma sebebaleka. Futhi ke kukhona ne-DNA ulibofuzo ochazayo nalo olukwaziyo ukuthi lisinike esinye isiqiniseko. Ulibofuzo phela into engaphikiseki. Futhi ke konke lokhu kuyavumelana naloku lwazi olukhona lapha edokethini mayelana nokuthi babekhona abantu abahlasele.
And when I say unfortunately, my lord, I'm saying unfortunately in the sense that Mr. Klope seems to be pointing to the people inside the house as the perpetrators, and I'm saying unfortunately the evidence points other way around. You know what we have and what was collected, and in terms of the linkages and what was collected, including the supporting statements that were obtained, points to this accused, contrary to what he says in these statements, my lord.
Futhi ngifuna ukusho ukuthi uhlophe yena ukhomba abantu ababekhona lapha endlini, kodwa ke ngithi mina ke ngeshwa ke bonke obunyifazi esibutholayo bukhomba i-statement zonke ubufakazi esibutholile nabanye abantu bakhomba ukuthi babekhona impela abantu ababehlasela.
Yes, my lord.
I just want to point out that even though in terms of the Hearsay Act, one can provisionally hand up a statement on provision that that witness is called, but we submit, my lord, that a statement that contains not only double hearsay evidence but triple hearsay evidence, my lord, should be inadmissible. If one looks at what is stated in paragraph 4, for instance, it's triple hearsay evidence, and unless if those witnesses are also going to be called. Yes.
My lord, I would ask that the statement be provisionally accepted until those witnesses are called, my lord.
Which statement? It talks about, that's why your colleague here says it's triple hearsay. But you are making provision for double hearsay.
My
That's
lord,
what
is
Mr.
that
Baloyi
exhibit,
is saying.
exhibit ZZ8?
Exhibit XX9, ZZ9, paragraph 4.
ZZ9.
Sorry, paragraph 4.
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, just read it so that we all know what you're saying.
Well, Marlene
No, read it.
can read it.
Read it, Minier.
Okay. It reads as follows. After some time, Sfiso Meyiwa, the brother of Senzo Meyiwa, confronted me and he informed me that the chairman of Orlando Pirates, Mr. Koza, told him. So in other words, it's now the hearsay from Sfiso Meyiwa, who heard from the chairperson of Orlando Pirates, Mr. Koza, that he told him that what they heard on television was not the truth, and the truth is that Senzo Meyiwa was shot at the house by mistake and not by the criminals. My lord, we've intimated at some point that we are in possession of the chairperson of Orlando Pirates affidavit, and yeah, all these allegations are being refuted.
Okay, but you still insist that
Yes,
the provisional admission
yes,
must relate to all the hearsay. Alleged hearsay.
Indeed, my lord. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, my lord. The defense will be calling, if the state does not call, Sfiso Meyiwa, the brother of Senzo Meyiwa, who is bringing the information that is contained here.
Yeah, okay.
My lord, the source of, according to this affidavit, the source of the information is one person. Even if they call Sfiso, it will still be hearsay. The only person, my lord, if they give an undertaking that they intend to call Dr. Koza, that will be a different consideration altogether, my lord.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lord. No, my lord, we will bring the necessary application to call those witnesses. My lord.
Yeah, and what about Dr. Koza, as they say?
My lord, that one will be considered after Sfiso Meyiwa has testified. Because I have not even consulted with Sfiso Meyiwa, my lord. Then if it comes to at the end that the hearsay has not been proved, my lord, I would ask that a portion of evidence be expunged, my lord.
What is Sfiso going to say? Maybe we don't understand the hearsay rule. What is Sfiso going to say?
My lord, this paragraph, the court will recall that I had skipped this paragraph because my purpose of my cross-examination was not in respect of this paragraph. But now that I find it contained in this statement, I will now have to deal with the content of this paragraph 4 by consulting with both, if the state allows me, both Mr. Hlope and Mr. Meyiwa, and Mr. Sfiso Meyiwa, and also Mr. Koza, who is referred to here. And then I can call them after consultation, my lord. Because it may find that it's irrelevant. It does not take my case where I wanted to prove, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, they say you selectively consult.
My lord, this witness cannot be of assistance as far as this hearsay evidence is concerned. There'll be no harm in excluding the statement for now, and these witnesses can be called and they can give viva voce evidence in court. There's no point in handing up this affidavit.
So ZZ9 shouldn't be handed up?
Yes, that is a point that we're trying to make.
What are you saying?
My lord, I object to that. ZZ9 should be provisionally accepted because, my lord, It's the second statement that was made by the same person, Mr. Hlophe, and the witness has just confirmed, my lord, that he was present when the statement was taken, and that Mr. Hlophe, when he was confronted with the first statement, this is the information that he gave.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, my lord. Brigadier, I will ask to pause here regarding that entry that you're going to double check it for me if we can able to locate it. If we cannot be found, it's okay. We'll then close this portion of evidence tomorrow morning.
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. My lord, in the morning,
Sorry, Captain Sholo, if I can be sorry to interrupt you. The defense wants the witness to consult the C portion of the docket, the diary. The defense, in terms of the Shabalala decision, is not entitled to the information in the diary. We therefore submit, my lord, that that request is incompetent. It cannot be made.
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. My lord, I'm also aware of the decision of that case, but my lord, I submit that when I put question to the witness is the one who made a reference to that entry, my lord, and I'm not asking for the full disclosure of whether it's B clip or C clip, but just that entry wherein he referred.
Yeah, but the state is objecting to that.
My lord, I'm asking, my lord, I'm saying the objection should be overruled, my lord.
I can
because-
overrule it. It's a constitutional court judgment.
Yes, it's a constitutional
State
judgment.
versus Chabalala.
But I submit, my lord, that the evidence is relevant at this point in time
But I can't overrule it.
because the witness has made reference,
I can't overrule it.
as the court pleases, my lord.
The law. It's not me. It's some 11 wise men in Bramfontein
As the court pleases.
who say that. Okay. Yes, let's continue.
Brigadier, you had made reference to the entry wherein the previous investigating officer ruled the information given by Edward Hlophe, saying that Dumelo Madlala told Mlungisi Zwane Hlophe that Zandile had a fight with his boyfriend and Senzo tried to separate him and accidentally shot went off and Senzo got shot and died. You said, Brigadier, this information, this part of evidence was dismissed by the previous investigating team. Did I get you correctly?
ngikuzwe kahle yini umuthi ke lapho uEdward Hlophe ekhuluma ngomlungisi Hlophe ukuthi kwakukhona ke ukuhelezisana noma ukudonsisana phakathi kuka dadwabu lo wakakhumalo udadwabu Kelly ne boyfriend yakhe uthe lokho ke kwaqhi.
My lord, my recollection is that I've said these assertions were followed up by the previous investigators and they found no basis. I think that's the term that I used. Then I said subsequently, my turn when it came, it was also refuted by Mr. Madlala. When I was asked insofar as where would it be, I don't think I was asked, I just said it in one sentence, my lord, to say, no, I was asked by Advocate Msholo to say, where is it? Where was it followed up? And I said, my recollection, it may be in the C-section where the follow-up of this statement, because this statement, my lord, the first statement was taken in 2015. So the initial investigators, my lord, followed the investigation. And I said, my recollection, they found no basis. And I was asked where. And I said, my recollection could be in the C-section. And I said, now, recently, perhaps even in the A-section, but one will have to look, because I'm vivid. What I can confirm is that when it was my turn and I took over the investigation, in actual fact, before even I took over the investigation, my lord, back in 2016, after obtaining this statement, we followed it up immediately. I didn't waste time because we were in KZN, and Mr. Madlala was also residing in KZN. So we got the statement. Then I said, let's follow the statement up with an intention of getting a collaboration. And this is where I indicated that there was some difficulty because we were not known at the time. Through the intervention of the late Brigadier Mudise, who then spoke to Mr. Madlala to allow him to speak to us, he refuted it back then. Fast-tracking to us taking over the case, my lord, I confronted him again and he refuted that he ever said something like this, my lord.
Ngichaza ukuthi lokhu uMadlala wakuphikisa ngoba kwathi mangithola lolwazi lolu ngalulandela ngafuna ukubona ukuthi luyiqiniso yini and lokhu kuyavela lapha ku-6 section ngoba statement sokuqala sasithola ngo-2015 kodwa ke laba benza uphenyo lokuqala basichitha lesi statement nathi uma sesifika sisibheka lesi statement sathi uma sithi siyahlola sathola ukuthi no nathi siyasichitha lesi statement and futhi ke uma ke silandelela zonke i-statement ezazilandela savele sabona ukuthi asikwazi ukulamukela lolwazi.
Who were those previous IOs?
It's Captain Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa. He's the one that took the statement, the first statement, my lord, that was taken in 2015. It's Captain Mtetwa. She's a Lieutenant Colonel now.
Is he still alive?
Colonel Mtetwa, yes, she's still alive.
Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa futhi ke lo Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa usaphila.
And who else?
Banomunye.
Well, it's Lieutenant Colonel Mtetwa. Then fast-tracking to 2016, I spoke to Brigadier Mudise. He's deceased, unfortunately.
And
Brigadier Mudise.
2016 sakhuluma no Brigadier Mudise ngeshwa ke akasekho emhlabeni.
But my lord, one needs, if I may say, sorry, Advocate Mshalola, I don't mean to take your space, but I'm saying, my lord, one needs to, you cannot divorce yourself from the facts of this case. When such assertions are said, you really need to look at what the docket contains. So you can't look at this as just a golden truth without supporting evidence. Yes, follow this up as I did, and that is why I said when such information comes, you need to investigate so that you take the collaboration, whatever that you need to follow, but then you need to come to the reality of the docket as to what does the docket say. Does indeed the docket or the evidence that you have supports the fact that there were no intruders, that this incident could have happened because of the infighting. And there is no such evidence, my lord. Even at the beginning when one was not having these 5 accused in sight, what was very clear is that they were intruders. Based on the evidence that was contained in the docket, what was needed was to match the intruders to the evidence that was contained in the docket. So there was never at any stage from the time this offense was committed where there was an unclear situation as to whether they were intruders or not. The docket from day one indicated that they were intruders. It is the accused before court that were not matched into that evidence, my lord, at the time.
Uma ubheka okubekiwe phambi kwenkantolo kufanele awukwazi ukuthi uzehlukanise kulokhu okubekwe nolwazi olubekwe kwi-docket. Kufanele ubheke ukuthi kukhona yini ubufakazi obuxhasa lo bufakazi obutholile. Kufanele ucheck na ku-document ngoba ukwazi ukuthi ungayibheki i-document ukuthi yona misiphelele yonke ikhuluma ngokuthini. Kodwa ke esikubonayo lana okuvele kucace kalula ukuthi babekhona abantu ababehlasela. Akukho kwakungekho ukungabaza nakancane ukuthi impela abantu kulolu lwazi salithola akukho ukungabaza ukuthi impela bakhona abantu ababehlasela.
Thank you, Brigadier. My lord, I would like to apologize. I left one question in the morning when I was dealing with the evidence of Constable Zongo. Can I just go back, my lord, just to close one question in Exhibit U? Brigadier?
Yes, Advocate.
Exhibit U is the statement of Absalom. I just missed few questions when I was asking you about the evidence of Constable Zong in the morning. My apologies of taking you back. Statement of Absalom is A126.
Yes, I've got it, my lord. I have it.
I'm not intending to go through each and every statement, Brigadier, but if there's a need for us to do that, we'll just go to paragraph 2, 3, and 4. But my main question is that in this statement of Absalom Zoom, there is nowhere wherein he refers to accused number 5 as the suspect.
No, my lord.
Okay, la kulesi statement sika-Absalom Zungu akukho la iveza khona igama likamsolwa wesihlanu njengomunye abasolekayo.
So when I say no, my lord, I mean yes. It doesn't mention him as a suspect. I'm conceding
Yebo
to
ngifuna
that.
ukuchaza ukuthi yebo akukho la iveza khona leli gama.
Okay. Thank you, my lord. That's the end of my cross-examination for the day, my lord. May I ask that we adjourn until tomorrow?
Where's Mr. Baloi? Is Mr. Gobezulu, when is he starting?
Well, he said he'll start after Advocate Mshololo. I suppose that can only be when we resume in the first term next year.
First time next year.
Yes.
Why?
Well, we left with about 4 days, my lord, before. In fact, the term ended on Friday, but we requested to sit an extra week just to catch up. And I foresee that Advocate Mshololo will still be busy for another day or so. And I think it's unlikely that Mr. Mgomezulu will be ready to commence with his cross-examination. Well, we haven't had anything from him, quite honestly. I don't know if my colleagues have perhaps had anything from him.
Yes, Mr. Ramsepidi, where's your colleague?
As the court pleases, my lord. My lord, I make it a point that every Monday morning I check up on Mr. Mgomezulu. Unfortunately, this morning I couldn't get hold of him, so I can't tell the current news, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi?
My lord, I think we are simply avoiding to inundate him with calls, so we leave it to one or two colleagues of us to call him.
Mr. Namalo?
My lord, I tried to call him last week. His phone was off. I wanted to make a follow-up. Thank you.
Mr. Mshololo?
Sorry, Mr. I'll make a follow-up this afternoon, my lord. I'll phone him. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mshololo?
No, my lord, I've never made any follow-ups. I've never contacted anything.
I've got sources which say he was here today.
That's a lie, my lord. In this court,
If it's the JP who says that, you still say it's a lie.
it's inaccurate if you
Ashley, just stand up. Just take the oath there. Just take the oath because they say somebody's lying. Hey. You know, when did you see this gentleman? Yeah? I don't want to testify to that, but you saw him. Okay, fine. Somebody saw him today in the precinct.
It's fine, my lord. Just close it like that.
Yeah, fine.
Thank you.
Maybe the brigadier could have better information. Your sources, you don't have sources.
I do, my lord. I do. But I think it will cost a little bit of uncomfortability to the defense. So I'm fine the way things are, my lord. So I'd rather not go there.
Okay, let's come back tomorrow then.